Sorry, that was some advertisement from the radio. Goodness. I don't know what's going on with the color values here. It's just there we go. We'll just stick with this. Just stick with this. How's everyone doing? We'll get some music back on as soon as the ads are over on the radio side of things. How's everyone doing? I'm gonna go ahead and start setting things up for today. Today is gonna be a little bit more low-key. The music may not, but at least today would be a little bit low-key. Hopefully nothing too intense for the readings today. I'm almost reaching my milestone for my book today. I'm really excited. I finally figured out the title for my third book. I had a working title that I was just not jiving, and after throwing some spaghetti on the wall with my friends, I finally found the perfect book title for the third book in the whole installation, and hopefully y'all will like it when it's finally released and announced. That was the one thing that has been giving me such a headache. With all this stuff that has been going on, I just really want to make sure I have the right title that really lines up with what I want, want to do, what I believe in. Even though it's a little bit shocking and clickbaity or whatever, it's just not lining up with my personal viewpoints, especially like nowadays. Oh, and also we have a little bit of a fur baby over here. We have Blondie joining us, so it's probably hard to see her, but she's right here in my lap. I probably will start off doing a message of the day and go from there. Today is just a little bit more loosey-goosey. Just gonna see if anyone requested any tarot stuff. Yeah, we'll just go with this today. As the days brighten up, it's becoming less needed with the Queen Mab. Even though I feel like that deck will be very useful when it comes to dealing with shadow work and subjects of that nature. As things are brightening up, a lot more people are looking forward to new things to do, new ways to go about our lives, something a little bit more positive than reflective. Not that reflection should be negative, but sometimes we need something to walk towards into the future. It's all balance. It's all a balancing act of, taking things in moderation. You can spend some time in reflection, thinking about the things that you could work on from the past. But you should also balance that with looking forward to the future, the things that you want to do, the aspirations that you want to take as you move forward with your life. So as things start brightening up here in the northern hemisphere, as we're progressing into springtime, things are going to take a more cheery kind of approach, as we're trying to find some sort of glimmer of light and hope, especially in these dark times. Or at least dark times by the majority view of this nation. A lot of people were feeling the pinch. Oops, I accidentally put down bedtime. There we go. Okay. So let me go ahead and just do message of the day. Sweetheart, I'm going to do some tarot and it's going to be really loud. Hopefully I could shuffle without her being upset. It's okay. No, you're good. Oh. I upset her. I'm sorry, sweetie. Sorry, sweetheart. She has really sensitive ears. She doesn't mind the TV. She doesn't mind the loud sounds from the TV, but like the really loud snaps from the cards really upset her. It makes me so sad. That was a huge clump of cards. Okay, 1, 2. I feel like I want to do more. So we're going to do for a few more. Hopefully they won't fall on the floor. I've been pretty productive for for this week. I have been feeling pretty productive. I did quite a few things. We'll put this at the bottom of all of this here. Finished my newsletter for this coming March. So for sure y'all are going to get a newsletter from me. You saw me doing some posts on Blue Sky. I probably would do a little bit more since I have a tendency to go on socials to try to get my brain off of the work that I'm doing before I jump back in. It's a very, very terrible habit of mine, but when I'm like a little bit stuck, I take the moment to take my mind off of it, and that includes social media. So you will see me post more often on Blue Sky because I've been trying to get my inspiration, or at least taking my mind off of it for a quick second just so I could hop back in. Oh geez, what else have I done? Oh, and I got a new storage unit. I will be transferring things over and recording things pretty soon. In fact, tomorrow I'm hoping the weather will be good enough for me to do some recordings. Okay, so I'm going to read from the bottom up here, and we'll go ahead and discuss what the message of the day is. So for this segment of tarot, the message of the day is just about what messages most people need to hear. Sometimes there's a little bit of a narrative where all the cards kind of like mean the same thing and they're working together in chorus. Sometimes not so much. You don't necessarily have to pick and choose which cards that you are called to, like I have done in the past. This is more of, gut feelings as you listen to the message. If it's not something that's really jiving with you, go ahead and just dismiss it. Maybe it's not something you need to hear for this moment. And if there's any messages that you're like, wow, that really that's something I really need to hear, most likely you do need to hear it and you could just work with it. So hopefully no major call outs for today, but we'll see. The cards could be spicy despite everything that's going on. So crown chakra, as we see here, very beautiful smoky environment coming out from this. Oh, a little bit of a warning. These cards have a tendency to have a lot of new spiritual jargon. I will try to summarize afterwards what they're trying to say and what messages we could focus on. So that way, if you don't care for that kind of language or diction, I will help you out on that. So, crown chakra, the unlimited self. The crown chakra is your link to the multidimensionality of your being. The seat of your soul, it gracefully connects you to the heavens. The infinity symbol of limitlessness appears within the unfolding petals and points to your most potent potential. Here you can delight in the divine strands of light that dance with us when we are aligned with spirit, purpose, and truth. Be present and flow without rigid outcomes. Find more spaces in your life. Find your own way to meditate, explore the state of flow, and be receptive to the intuitive messages you may receive. So, one thing they're asking or just recommending is meditation or mindfulness. It's a way of slowing down, try to mediate stress. I usually get this when I'm needing to de-stress and try to step back from all the bells and whistles that's going on in our news and on social media. And also try to take the time to trust yourself, trust your gut, listen to your thoughts and how it's running. If it's racing, it's really hard to keep up with what you're thinking. So a little bit of mindfulness, a little bit of meditation to slow things down, piece things together, and kind of listen to your gut. Even though things are kind of falling around you, most likely you're probably going to be okay despite of everything crumbling. So take the time to sit down and think. It's also more of the spiritual side of things with the chakra, where we are connecting with the divine. The third eye is in reference to our brain, our mental state, our thinking. It's also where we feel some headaches if it's considered out of tune by their definitions of chakras and such. With the crown chakra, it's trying to tackle anxiety, trying to tackle racing thoughts that are just spiraling out of control, and just trying to have a little bit of faith, a little bit of guidance when we're feeling a little bit lost or a little bit scared. So something to think about as well. It's also going to be okay. All right, moving on. Transformation. We have this lovely being in a whirlwind of feathers and starlight. Let me go ahead and turn this off here. Okay. Transformation. Go inwards and be present with wherever you are at in your process. Excuse me. Feel whatever you need to feel. It may be hard to be present with some parts of yourself. Bring them into a cocoon of gentle self-love and reflection. Insight will come, shadows can be released, and your heart space will soften. Cry or be angry if this is what you're holding on to. And laugh at the ironic divine perfection of it all. Journey beyond your constructed outer self, where you can delve into the beautiful abyss of your being. Revel in the twilight before the dawn and let your wings unfurl. Okay, so there's a lot here we could unpack. Let me switch to this mode. A lot we could unpack here. We have a tendency as a society to reserve our emotions or allocate them for a certain place or time. And sometimes we get so stressed and so overwhelmed, we don't take the time to unpack those emotions that we need to feel, that we need to acknowledge, because it's part of being human. Okay, we're not machines, we're not AI, we are people, and we're going to feel things out. And this is not just any sort of gender norm like how we process emotions. I think we have come to a place where it is acceptable for men or those who are masculine present to allow emotions to flow. And I think we have seen that time and time again, and being encouraged from other men to express those emotions. And I think that we all need to acknowledge it as well. So there's nothing wrong in reacting with what the heck is going on. Okay, it's validating how we're all feeling, right? It's validating our reaction to what's going on around us. And it's giving us permission to go there. It's giving us permission to take some time, probably aligning with the whole self-meditation thing, to take some time out of our day or out of our night to sit down and just feel it out. Be present with our emotions, whether it is scary emotions such as rage or like something that we're afraid to tap into, such as sadness. It's going to be actually more healing than dangerous, because it's a form of siphoning poison from the wound. There's a scientific evidence where crying has a biochemical way of cleansing the brain. Not only we're crying, activating our selenita tears to like wash our eyes and, going down through our drainages in our body, the chemical interaction in our brains and the activation that occurs in our neurons has a tendency to create a more cleansing effect where it moderates our emotions and kind of does a little bit of a reboot. So if you want to go for a more scientific route in explaining some of this, this is validating and like reiterating it's okay to have a good cry if you have been hanging on to this emotion. It's okay to sit down and let it happen, so that way you could have that little bit of reboot. You could have that release. And that release that you need to have is going to lessen the load on your shoulders. And of course, laugh it off. Laughter is also medicine. Talking about laugh at the ironic divine perfection of it all. Time and time again, we have seen a lot of comedians and a lot of snark and ridicule that has been coming out with what's been going on. And no matter which political side you're on, you just have to like laugh at the situation that's occurring. It's a very human, maybe a little bit of a traumatic response, but it's a very good way to like deal with a situation. Like, it's ridiculous what we're dealing with right now, how we got to this point. So you could do that. You could have some laughter too. This is also talking about shadow work. So if we have been putting off some shadow work, and we feel that we need to do a little bit of exploration, especially like why emotions are scary to you, this probably would be a good time to do so, to kind of process through those things. Last but not least, revel in twilight before the dawn and let your wings unfurl. The twilight here is the dark side of us that we have a tendency to sweep under the rug. Like, oh, these are all the terrible parts of my personality. Let's not see that ever again. Let's put this under the rug, even though it's like a huge mound that everyone trips over. Let's unpack it. Let's dive into it. The fashion for this year has been goth, but it's been re-innovated for the modern taste where it's like soft goth, maybe a little bit of an edgy goth. There has been a 90s revival with our current makeup products where it's just a little bit better than how it was done back then, makeup composition wise. And it's a little bit of play with your makeup, but it's also a way, it's indicating the mindset of society, where if that is the trend, where everyone's going a little bit gothier, a little bit darker, or a little bit moodier, simply because this environment that we're dealing with is not to our taste and expectations, then do it. Revel in it. Dive into that emotion. Dive into that mood. You could lean into it. That could be a place of healing for you. So that is transformation. So if that speaks to you, you could take that. Okay, we have freedom. How poignant. Freedom means living as you choose, with your wings and heart open, able to direct your reality as you want. The quest for freedom seems innate. You may picture freedom in its more extreme guises. But when we truly feel free, our lifestyles may not change drastically. Limitation can be a state of mind. The only change might be choosing to live a certain way rather than feeling obligated. A shift of perspective can help bring lightness and choice. In the bigger picture, what does freedom look like to you? Are you feeling stifled? Or if you are feeling stifled, it is up to you to make a change. Okay, so sometimes we have a tendency to think that, oh, I can't do X or I can't do Y. And we come up with all these ideas and excuses for not following through with what we want to do. Most of those excuses come from us. We're the ones putting ourselves down. We're the ones telling us, who's going to read this? Who's going to watch this? Who's going to want me? You know, even though there are people who will invite us to parties, or there are people who would accept our applications, or there are people who would love to have what we're putting out in the world, we have a tendency to put ourselves down and minimize ourselves. Probably because we had experienced disappointments in the past and we're trying to do some form of self-protection. But I think from this card here, it's letting us know maybe, just maybe, the chains that we feel we are bound with, it's merely a matter of perspective. That's what I'm taking from this card for today. We will have ads kicking in pretty soon, so when the ads are done, I will go ahead and read the rest. And I just want to showcase what I have here. Life is better with unicorns. And this beautiful unicorn in the back. So that's my coffee mug for today. Oh, excuse me, I'm so burpy. It's finally warming up here where I'm living. Most of the snow has already been melted. I don't expect any snow to... I have a prescription that's renewed. That's weird. Oh well, I'll check that out later. I don't think I have any prescriptions that needs renewal. As far as I know of, I don't think I'm going to have any snow. Next week, there's going to be a lot of rain. It may dip down a little bit where it's cooler at night. But I think from here on out, it's finally spring where I'm living. So this weekend, I am planning to go through my whole closet and see what fit. If it fits, it stays. So that's what I'm doing with my closet. And from there, I could figure out what I'm going to wear this year. and see if I need to like purchase any new clothes. So, welcome back everyone from the ads. Glad to have you back. Moving on with the next card, we have Luminescence. Dealing with compassion and innocence. There we go. Hi, Crazy Sherbet. Welcome in. I'm doing the message of the day here, and I have 2 cards left. Welcome, welcome. When we journal... When we journey through life from our hearts, it illuminates the darkness. Illusion drops away, and we see what is real. Consider the parts of yourself you may not be accepting. You may be experiencing inner dissonance due to what you are trying to push away. This card is about self-love. Deep, compassionate, unconditional love that brings you into wholeness. Luminescence means essence of light. Nothing shines like a heart emanating with love. You can shine through the shadows most gracefully when there is no fear within. Accept all your shades to allow more light and love inside and out of your world. I just realized for the notifications today, I said full moon readings, and tomorrow's the new moon. I'm going to resend that. Oh, I'm glad you're excited. I'm glad to have you here. So let me go ahead and change it up. It's new moon readings, not full moon readings. I'm a couple of weeks behind with that mentality. So if that happens to, really hits you. Well, I'm glad. Let's go ahead and break it down. They were talking about shadow work in different ways, changing your perspective, dealing with our emotions. Here, it's kind of like reaffirming that you may have been pushing down some parts of yourself because you're afraid. You may not be accepting certain parts of yourself. And it comes down to self-love. No matter what this nation is going through, no matter like where you live, you are in this body. You are living this life. And you have to sleep and eat with yourself. And best to do that with self-love and accept all the parts of yourself. So shine like a diamond. Shine all the different parts, all the different facets of yourself, and do so with love. I know there's a lot of brouhaha that's going on because of a lot of discrimination that's happening. But I don't think that gives you permission to hurt yourself or discriminate against yourself just because people don't understand love and compassion. You should be compassionate with yourself. Oh, much love to you, Crazy Sherbet. Much, much love to you. I feel like you came in just in time. I also had a strong feeling to like throw on some Lady Gaga through Spotify, and I'm just so happy with the music that's playing in the background. I think we need this. You know, I think we really need this kind of music. So it's hitting. I feel like the type of cards we have here is just talking about sitting down, processing our emotions, looking at what limitations or we're setting against ourselves, and self-love. So I wonder what this card is about that we have here. And this card is a little bit 70s, 80s glam. It's really out there. Oh, I think everyone needs to hear it. I really do. And I am planning to put my recent videos up on YouTube. So hopefully everyone else who hasn't had a chance to see these streams will be able to hear that message. Because I think that really needs to be loud and proud against all the discourse that's been happening. Okay, last but not least, Sound of the Universe. This card signifies those pivotal moments that transcend belief, remind us of a greater reality, and influence us so that life would never be the same again. It symbolizes the sound of the universe. Oh, I'm glad to be here. I'm happy to do this for all of you. I'm glad to be of service. Let me mute this. Hello. There we go. It symbolizes the sound of the universe. Having your world shaken up even a little can invite a closer glimpse of the great mystery of life. There are myriad ways to peek behind the veil of the mundane. Ecstatic dance, spiritual exploration, and creative pursuits are just a few. Aim to imbue this awareness in your everyday existence so you can avoid these sudden wake-up calls. Listen for the hidden music, harmony, and wonder of your multi-dimensional world. Okay, so part of the preventative care that comes from mindfulness, meditation, reflection, sitting down with ourselves and trying to accept all these different parts of ourselves, it's there to help prevent usually any sort of mental spirals that come from existential crises or any sort of mental health crises that may occur. It's not a cure, okay? It's a preventative measure to help you moderate yourself, moderate your emotions, do some much needed self-love, self-care, even though the world may not be able to do that for you. And it's letting us know that you can tap into this type of mindfulness, this type of connection through other means. It could be through dancing, it could be spiritual, it could be creative. So it's just letting us know that it's okay to try other pursuits like music, to help explore it, digest it, ruminate on it, and explore these different facets that I had mentioned earlier in this session. So that's what I'm taking from this card. If you heard it in a different way, that's totally fine. That's totally valid. Okay. So we're done with the message of the day. How are we feeling? I thought today was going to be a loosey-goosey, gentle kind of stream, but I feel like it's going to hit us in the feels today. That was amazing. Oh, awesome. I'm glad that you got something positive from it. I feel like it's just acknowledging the general anxiety of our nation. You know, everyone being so upset with what's going on. There are a lot of people who are really affected by all of this, and they're just not having it. Not having it whatsoever. Okay. Trying to think. Trying to think what I want to do for new moon readings. What I'm going to do for new moon readings is about I think we should try to take a peek of what's ahead. And I think there is a card spread for this time that's coming up. No, wait. Spring equinox is coming up in March. I was thinking of a different holiday season that we just passed. So never mind. So today is just a normal new moon kind of day. So we're going to do, we're going to ask what kind of, oh, the devil card keeps coming up for you. The devil symbolizes addiction because we're hiding from the truth. We're trying to medicate ourselves or like distract ourselves from a cold reality, or not really a cold reality, just a reality that we have a hard time accepting. Right. So that could be like hiding that you're part of the LGBTQ. It could be hiding, you know, some parts of your personality that you feel that you are dissatisfied with. And instead taking the time to do like some counseling or therapy, or like sitting down with yourself and actually like looking in the mirror, try to figure out why you're reacting the way you are, where it's coming from. You're kind of distracting yourself with, you know, anything else but that. It's the equivalent of sweeping things under the rug. The devil card could also represent those who are trying to shield your eyes, you know, trying to cause these distractions. Even though it may be like hedonistic and may look fun, it is a form of chaining you and binding you to their will. And it's easy to break away from it because the ropes and that is showcased in that card. Let me go ahead and show it to you. It's rope. They're not metal. They're just rope. And you can easily cut through rope. But all it takes is willpower and initiative. You don't have to bind yourself with these things if you don't want to. A lot of manipulation and control and power plays come with that devil card. It could be like about yourself, it could be about other people, etc. Now, when it's reverse, it usually means that someone is working on this, someone who already took the time to break away from toxic relationships or other addicting forms, and working on, having something a little bit more stable or more healing, even though it's not fun or like it's not dramatic, that requires her attention, etc. Here we go. So this is what it looks like, at least in this tarot deck. So you can see here how this is just rope. If they take a moment to actually look up and realize they're not stuck here, they could just run. In fact, his hands are not attached to the rope. They could easily run away if they want to. They could do so if they put their mind to it. So, it's something that most people don't consider. Oh, and toxic relationships. Sometimes the devil talks about that as well. And breaking toxic habits and stuff like that. I don't think being autistic or having ADHD is toxic. But if you have a very negative mindset to being autistic or being ADHD, that is something to work on for sure. Especially if you have been raised by other people who had minimized you or diminished you for having those symptoms or those conditions. It's just being who you are and accepting those parts of you, which is not easy. Not easy. Oh, I'm so sorry. My parents came from a generation where, or I should say they were raised where diving into the mental state of other people is considered a faux pas. Okay? Having mental health issues was considered like the worst of the worst. It's like it's like leprosy in their mind. And that's how they were raised in this society. And it's just really hard to break that mindset. So I completely understand, all these definitions that have been in the works since the 90s that had finally have some evidence and backing all this communication between therapists and the people who have these conditions, this going back and forth communication. We learned so much about autism and ADHD and anxieties, etc. And it's going to be a while before we finally understand it in its fullness. It's a work in progress. But for anyone beyond the millennial generation, it's considered a faux pas to really talk about it, let alone, understand where it's coming from. So I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Oh, no. I completely don't mind doing stuff like that. I think tarot has a great way of opening people up to communicating things they're afraid to talk about. which is probably why it's considered scary or occult. You know, the symbolism does have a lot of spiritual like symbols and significance, and of course, you know, a lot of people have a lot of religious trauma with those symbols. Um, but I think it comes down to like allowing an avenue to talk about things. I am going to change the rules that I had down below because I think with the present state of what's going on, I'm going to have to change some of my language where such discussions can be had without people feeling bad about it. You know, I mean, this is not really a YouTube kind of experience. This is why I'm doing it on Twitch. I really don't mind communicating with everyone about like what they need to work on. I am not a therapist. I'm not a counselor. I'm just a messenger, and I think this is great to like help kick things off for people, so that way they don't feel afraid when they start divulging and discussing these things, and like exploring why these certain cards keep coming up, and maybe the therapist will be able to say, well, maybe it's tied to this. Have you thought of this before? You know, using tarot as a icebreaker. Well, I'm glad you're getting professional care. I think what I'll do for new moon readings, because it's all starting fresh tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and go through each sign, each elemental sign, and say like what energies they should take for the new moon to really dive into March. And I think that's what I should do. Okay. And you're welcome. You're welcome, Crazy Sherbet. You're very much welcome. So, what can we take for this new moon? This is going to be a twist on the manifestation thing. Yeah, what could we take from this new moon? What we could let go? And what do we need to know that's coming up? And I think that would be a good way to start. So this is Pisces season. We're going through Pisces right now. For those who are not familiar with those astrological seasons, it's when the sun is underneath the constellation Pisces. And by the spring equinox, March 20th, usually the sun will just enter Aries, or be under the Aries constellation. So we have some time. We're like 6 days into Pisces season, and it's not as rough as it was in Aquarius season. Yikes. But I think things are kind of cooling down. Or at least how we're managing ourselves in this. Okay, so because we're in Pisces season, we're going to start with water signs. So if you're a Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio. If you're a Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio, let's see if any of these messages will help you out for this upcoming season, and or at least this new moon. Happy birthday! I feel like go this way. There we go. Oh. We have the devil card again. Okay. So this is in the devil. This is in the devil. This is the let's go, let it go section. Okay, letting go toxic habits, toxic thinking, toxic relationships, all the bad stuff that we know it's bad for us, but we do it anyway. You know, so this is the part that's asking us to let go. Here we have the King of Cups upside down for what we should manifest or what we should take for this new moon energy. And we have the Seven Wands here for what we should expect coming up next. So I could tell you right off the bat what we should be expecting is probably more conflicts, more conflicts, taking care of our boundaries, setting our boundaries, letting other people know that, hey, don't cross this line, back off, I'm going to take you on, that sort of thing. So it's going to be more of that as we progress into March. So don't be surprised, there's a lot more fighting that's happening. I'm going to take a time to figure out this King of Cups upside down. And I'm going to figure out why it's asking for that real quick. Because King of Cups, when it's upside up, is, recognizing our emotions and integrating it into our personal lives. Upside down, it's just a little bit cooler. Oh, the moodiness. Okay, so we are being moody. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's just recognizing our mental mindset as we get into the rest of the season. So it's acknowledging that we're going to be a little bit sullen with what's happening. We really are being pessimistic with our feelings, with our moods, and maybe strongly tempted to do something that is a little bit addicting. So I see that ads are kicking in for some people, so I'm going to go ahead and take pause here real quick. But I think I understand why it's saying what it's saying here. I need to stretch more. I need to really, really stretch more. Oh, and this may be the last time y'all see this type of shirt. As you could tell, it had shrunk. It had shrunk. It's not really sitting on my shoulders the way it used to. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. Going to take some stretching here for all of you. Oh, I feel that in my shoulders. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Welcome back, everyone, for the ads. We have the Hydrate and Stretch Redeem So if you want to take the time to stretch along, you're welcome to. Oh, I can't do that very well anymore. No! I'm changing up my exercise where I'm doing less yoga and more cardio, and I'm kind of regretting that now. And I probably need to integrate some stretches before and after my cardio just to balance things out. Yeah, I totally agree. My profession as an author has some benefits, but the major con I have to deal with is being sedentary or sedentary. Sitting still. Words today. Okay, so talking about the King of Cups being upside down, it's just recognizing the general mood that we will be experiencing as we go through the rest of the Pisces season from now to like about March 20th, where we're continuing to have such a pessimistic, moody, not really depressed mind state, but very sullen, not really sad, but like disengaged. You know, when the King of Cups, when he's upside up, he is using his emotions and compassion to do something in his world. Compared to the Queen of Cups, where she's more meditative, reserved, having a wealth of emotional wisdom, he's using his emotional wisdom to do something about it, usually like charity works and such like that. When he's upside down, he doesn't really want to go out in the world to do anything about it. He wants to ruminate and, sit with himself, with his feelings and emotions, which we can do. It did tell us to sit with ourselves, sit with our emotions, be more meditative and contemplative, but there is a danger where the King of Cups gets so moody, so sullen, that he does nothing. Okay, so just letting y'all know that is the general mindset that can appear for all of you water signs. And it's very valid. It's a very valid thing that y'all may be experiencing, because how could you not? How can you not go into that type of emotion? So the letting go, or at least a warning, is as you are falling into that general mood, that general feeling, do be aware not to try to seek out stuff to cover it up. The quick feel-good stuff. That is worse for your health than it is doing any sort of good. It is encouraging us in this area to toss it out, let it go. Because it wants us to still be around. Okay. At least that's what I'm getting from the cards. Eventually you do have to be present. You need to still be here to do things. For all of you water signs, Scorpios, Cancers, and Pisces. So, understandable, you may be diving into this emotion and you may be taking that with you, this sense of disillusionment and disappointment that you're feeling with the world. Don't try to numb yourself of those emotions. More than anything, sit with it and work with it and understand it's a very valid feeling to deal with. So don't try to numb it if you could help it. And also continue to work on any sort of toxic relationships, breaking those, any sort of toxic thoughts about yourself, and try to break those. And of course, Seven of Wands is just acknowledging the conflicts that will be happening through the rest of the couple of weeks that we're going to be heading into. The infighting that we had to deal with, the many conflicts that we may be witnessing or may accidentally be involved in. I think it's also letting us know that it's also asking us that to be present and also set your boundaries. Because if you make yourself so numb where you become apathic, you be so frozen you don't do anything, not even for yourself or anyone about you, it's best that you are a grump and still say no and tell people to back off and stay your ground than to be like a medicated doormat. And also, it's not letting us know that it's in defeat. This is a active situation. I don't think you're going to be defeated if so long you have your boundaries set and letting people know about your boundaries. Because this is not the 5 of clubs, this is the 7 of clubs. 5 of clubs is a lot about fighting. You're trying to gain territory. 7 is about protecting the territory you have conquered and protecting it. So, just a little heads up for all water signs. And let me go ahead and see if there's anything that needs to be said from the little oracle deck. A lot of things that could be said from the oracle deck. Can we just chill? Can we just chill? Oh, you're welcome. You're very much welcome. I'll go ahead and read it all. It's a slow day. It's a slow day. So I'll just read these as is, and we could go from there. Starseed Elemental. Sometimes adulting can become too serious. Dang. Sometimes adulting can be too serious. When this happens, adding curiosity, fun, laughter, and a lighthearted sense of play to our perspective can be the most effective way to rebalance. Facing challenging circumstances with inquisitiveness can bring joy to whatever we are accomplishing. Imagine stepping into a child's shoes and seeing how they perceive the world. If you have a problem, consider how a child might solve it. Humans are evolving, and children may be our wisest teachers. May we nourish their big souls, listen to them with our hearts, and let their ways unveil fresh new eyes so we can see a whole new world. Okay, so it's really commenting on the seriousness of the King of Cups, where there's hardly inner joy or inner child that's happening. So this is one way of going about it, especially, trying to combat that devil card that will come up for others. Shine your light. No one can do you as you can. Yet we sometimes feel that we need to be a certain way. A way not aligned with our authentic self. It takes discipline to do what we love, especially if we are natural givers. It is easy to get caught up with other people's lives. Tending to our own needs harm none, and we will have a lot more to give. It is time to collect our light and shift the vibration here on Earth, starting with our inner sense of being. You are a sovereign being. Regain compassionate empowerment. Remember what lights up your world. So kind of aligning with the child here. And also letting us know to tend to our garden, which is probably one way to deal with the conflicts that we may be encountering around us as we pursue for the rest of this month and the next month. Earth. Okay, so we have the elemental card, Earth. No one can hold you the way nature can. Mama Nature is a powerful healer and transmuter of dense energies. She takes in your out-breath and can transform your woes. If you can allow yourself to surrender, to lie in her grassy arms or be embraced by her branches. All experiences, those categorized as good or bad, are part of the natural cycle that allows for the continuation of life. Okay. Trying to suppress or control will bring you out of harmony. Nature is all around you. Notice her. When you feel like no one else can hold you, she can. So Earth is one of the many grounding forces that you can do, where you could go into gardening or do some forest bathing or nature walking to try to take a break with what's going on in your life. It's one of the healthier ways of de-stressing than any other memes. Memes. That's what I meant to say. It's also acknowledging that, there are some parts of you that is natural and it's okay. And it's not exactly good or bad. Like telling a lion who eats zebra that eating zebra is bad. It's part of their nature to go out and hunt for prey in order to survive. So what parts of you that is natural that you've been telling yourself it's not? That's one thing to contemplate about. All right, full spectrum. So we have here, it's a little bit hard to see, a fairy that has all of her chakras aligned, where she's connected to the earth and to the spiritual divine. Full spectrum. Step out of the black and white mentality of good and bad. Honor the full spectrum of life and see through fresh eyes. When we judge something, we create a story around it. And often these stories are limiting. Over a lifetime, we subconsciously gather so many of these stories. Create a space of no story for miraculous healing and crystallizing new paths. This space empowers us to know our truth and be all we are. Embrace creation in all of her colors, including the raw, muddy, earthbound shadow parts of a situation. to determine whether your stories are limiting your perspective. Let the compost of the challenges you have overcome feed new shoots and blossoms. So, I know that in our state over the world, we kind of have a bit of a constitutional crisis. You know, our administration is playing fast and loose with a lot of things, making drastic changes. But despite, there's nothing wrong in saying, hey, this isn't right, it's wrong, we shouldn't do things this way. It's totally okay. You know, I don't think this is what this card is saying. Okay. I think this card is saying that we have a tendency to be judgmental upon others, not seeing the nuances of the perspectives that they're experiencing and what they're going through. We have a tendency to react to people based on the labels that we have placed upon them. We do this to ourselves, and we do have a tendency to do that to others. Chat, it's over? What do you mean? Welcome in. There's ways of connecting with others to find common ground, you know, if they're willing to reach common ground. And I think we also have parts of ourselves where we can accept our parts are in different facets and break down, is it really good or is it really bad about who we are or these different parts of ourselves, and kind of work through there. I think more than anything, we have a tendency to be blindsided by nuance, or forgetting nuance, and have a tendency to paint a very broad brush and write people off. So that's what it's commenting on, the sense of judging ourselves and others. Hi, Devrin. I see you. I understand that you're going through a bit of a crisis, but I don't think it is over. Not one bit. Because you're still here. There's nothing wrong in dealing with major transitions in one's life, and I'm pretty sure that there's a way of finding people who resonate and work with you, or at least repair some relationships that are worthy of repairing. But I don't think it's over, because you're still here, and promise me you're going to still keep at it. I will go ahead and get to your reading after this. So don't give up. No matter what happens, don't give up. Don't give up on yourself, even though you're going through a major transition in your life. And people will always come and go. Nothing is forever. Everything is very transitional, especially nowadays. And Cosmic Theorist, thank you so much for following. Welcome in. Last thing, water signs for Cancers, Scorpios, and Pisces, alignment. So this is kind of hard to see because how it's all whited out. We have some dolphins with the hearts and of course the chakras again. So talking a little bit more about chakras. You can manifest the life you wish to call in. Look at where your desires are being seated. If your plans or dreams aren't unfolding as you would like, take a closer look at other areas in your life. Is something out of step with integrity? Are you making decisions through fear or love? If it is through fear or avoidance, your manifestations may seem to backfire. To encourage you back into balance, become a vibrational match for what you desire. Instead of striving harder, cultivate the feeling of already having all you seek. You would be surprised at what this shift in perspective creates. So real quick, I think it's very important that we think about, like, are we choosing or doing things because we're afraid? Or are we doing things out of love? And I think like self-love is very a prominent message, especially earlier today. So if you're doing things to yourself and to others because you're afraid of XYZ, or like talking down yourself or minimizing yourself because you're afraid of taking a chance, such as imposter syndrome, that is choosing fear. Choosing love is being your own advocate, being your own cheerleader, and it's a little bit of bravery. Being a little bit brave because you believe in yourself. Okay. Let me see. Since you chose the one card, is there a particular question you want to have me answer? Or do you just want like a general message that will help you go through this time? Oh, and thank you, Cosmic Theorist, for the redeem. I will go ahead and take care of that for you as soon as I can. Let me go ahead and pop out the review request here. There we go. So we did that. Yes, you. You are next. This is a very loosey-goosey kind of stream today. I will be intermixing personal requests with the group readings. Since you selected the wrong card, I just need to see. I may have to pull out the other Oracle decks. If you don't have a particular question, that's okay. I'll go ahead and see which Oracle card is going to help you out here. If it was over. Okay. Well, if you want a yes and no, then we'll go ahead and just use the tarot. Oh, and subscribers could get a additional Oracle card with their readings, since we have a bunch of new people here. Okay. Okay, we got the star. So the star is usually a positive thing. It is about healing after a disaster. So whatever setbacks you are dealing with, no matter what it is, it will rejuvenate and re-knit itself, and you be able to build back your relationships through this time of healing and reconstruction. It will take some effort and it will take some time, but you'll get there. So I hope that helps. Things will work itself out. The star is a great card about, like, it is under, or I should say it's associated with the Aquarius card, which does deal with friendships, and usually that's through communication. So communicating and listening, coming together as a community will help further heal and knit any sort of issues. So, oh, you're welcome. You're very much welcome. Ain't over until it's actually over. Oh, you're welcome. Anytime. Alright, ads may be kicking in. When the ads happen, I will not interpret any cards. I'll just probably do some shuffling, and then I'll just research the cards a little bit, but I won't interpret the cards while the ads are rolling. So, Cosmic, you're up next. You're talking about you need to make a big educational decision soon. Okay. I think I know what to do. And I'll see you on the flip side, Cosmic, after the ads are done, in case you do experience ads. Kind of fork in the road kind of situation. And you don't have ads. Well, it hasn't hit yet. They're a little bit slow. Like, they have like a good minute or so before the ads really hit, once they alert me what's going to happen. It will happen. I'm going to look up the Eight of Swords, those who are still with me. Because it's not like choosing which one to take. It's just letting them know of the situation. Okay, so the subconscious is going to have to solve this. Ain't that nice? Oh, you're back. Okay, so it's letting us know. Oh, let me go ahead and start from the very, very beginning. I wanted to read up on the Eight of Swords upside down. Right now it's upside down. This is kind of like letting you know the tactic to go about making a decision. They suggest that this is going to be more of a ruminating, subconscious kind of thing, where you're going to have to find a solution through analysis and thought. Which, gee, that's really helpful, cards. Why can't you just make this decision for for me? It's just letting you know that the decision that you make will come through that type of subconscious insight. It could come and hit you during like chores. It could come to you in your dream. It's something that you're going to be working on and off mentally in the background as you're working on other things. So it's just a little heads up. This is how it's going to help you reach to that conclusion. Usually when the Eight of Swords is in reverse, we have a tendency to, or at least any card that's in reverse, it is recommended to go to the prior upright card. And in this situation, that would be the Seven of Swords, which requires a lot of tact, a lot of wit, and a lot of reading between the lines. Hi, Kay, Robert, Mario. Welcome in with 2 lovely beans. My name is Archer Spark, also known as Sparky, and I do tarot on Wednesdays, and it's wonderful to see all of you. If you want to follow, you're more than welcome to follow. Otherwise, you're welcome to chill and hang out. Let me go ahead, take a moment to do a shout out to you. What have you been doing? I hope you're doing well. Oop, not raid. Shout out, hello. We're not ready to raid out anytime soon. What? Hello. Let me do this. Okay, Robert, Mario. There we go. There we go. Please do check them out. Give them a warm follow. So if you need to do raid and run, totally understandable. If you need to go to the bathroom, hydrate yourself, get some food, whatever you need to do, don't let me stop you. I will go ahead and take care of all of your lovely beans over here. Today's tarot is a little bit loosey-goosey. I'm willing to take on personal requests while I'm doing like the group readings. The group reading focus is going to be on this new moon energy. I already did water signs, so if you were a Cancer, Pisces, or a Scorpio, you will have to check back in the VOD for those type of group readings. And there's also like a message of the day for those who were the early birds and VOD viewers. So if you want to check those out, you're welcome to do so. We're doing a personal reading here about a big educational decision. Oh, and if you want to have a reading, it would be through the channel points. And the longer that you sit here, chill, lurk, whatever you want to do, more channel points usually mean you could do a bigger tarot card spread if you so desire. You could also accumulate channel points while watching me do games. I am planning, and no, I just started. My mind's a little bit frazzled. I am starting, I dived into Final Fantasy IX. I dived into Final Fantasy IX this past Saturday. I just got started, so if you really want to dive into that, I will be doing that through Saturdays if you want to have another means of accruing channel points. So, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to dive into this real quick. So, when we have reversal cards, cosmic, usually it's just recommending we go back to the prior card that's upright, which is the Seven of Swords. and usually just requires a lot of wit, a lot of thinking, coming to a personal decision. And in this case, it's going to be something that's going to manifest through the subconscious, because you're going to be ruminating that in the background. And it's going to be a solution or a decision that is out of the box, that is totally unexpected. So just a little bit of heads up that maybe a shift of perspective would be great to kind of help make a decision. It's also recommending, with the Ten of Cups here, to go with your heart. Go with what aligns with your personal dreams, your personal fulfillment. This is about dreams come true kind of thing. So which one kind of lines up with the sense of, I made it. This is my dream. I feel like I made it to my happily ever after. So that's probably another way of judging which way to go. If this is something that you could see yourself doing years down the road, or at least give you some sort of emotional fulfillment to make you feel like, wow, this is wonderful. That's another way of choosing between your options. It is letting you know with the Eight of Wands, things are going to move really fast and very quick. And I think time will be of an essence. So the decision may come to you pretty soon. Which I think you said that in the question. Yeah, soon. So it's not something you could ruminate on for like months. This is a decision you're going to have to come up with pretty soon. So, sorry, this card spread is not going to choose which way it's going to go for you, but it's giving you some advice how to choose. I think that's the best way of saying it. So, I think that's really exciting, personally. Very exciting thing to go through. And is that a prime? That's a prime. Since that's a prime, I think you get an oracle card, because that's like a subscription. Are you welcome? Let me see if I could get just one card. Just one card from this. This has been dumping a bunch of cards. And I know it's a very excitable deck, but I'm hoping I could just get one. Okay, these kind of popped out. Okay, so we got two cards. It's a little bit better. So we have two elemental cards, or actually an element and a chakra. So let's do the element first. Water, the overflow. The being in the picture has many hands, and yet water flows through her fingers. It blesses her in the moments, it touches her radiant skin, and continues on its journey. Her heart is also overflowing with love. Her eyes are filled with tears. She gracefully allows what comes through to move her without control. Aligned with purpose, she is overjoyed to give from this limitless place, and she radiates so much light into this world. Give more from a place of overflow than obligation. So aligning with, your emotional fulfillment. Even when we think we have nothing to give, coming from a mindset of overflow creates more of what we want. So don't minimize yourself. Don't stagnate your feelings, your emotions, because they are a big indicators of what will make you feel happy in whatever position you want to choose. I think happiness is probably a big factor that you probably haven't been considering in what you want to choose for which direction you want to go. Um, Also, just be aware that you can't really contain things. You can't stop things from happening. And that should not be something to be afraid of. Just enjoy the moment as it comes. And then gracefully allow things to flow from you when it happens. So don't limit yourself, especially about your emotions. And also tackle imposter syndrome. Don't limit yourself in that regard. Earth Star Chakra. So this is underneath the root chakra. It's where our soles of our feet touches the ground, and that kind of thing. You are standing at a gateway into the unknown with trust in your heart, ancient remembering in your soul, and inner illumination to light the way. You have access to the seat of creation, the spark of existence, and the codes that hold the blueprints of who and what we are. This place is clear and grounded. Despite moving through multidimensional realms and able to bridge the worlds while functioning in physical reality. The higher you reach for the divine and the realms of the spirit, the more important it is to anchor deeply to the earth. In other words, it's okay to ground yourself in reality, especially when we are on the cusp of something new. And don't think for a second that, you have creative limits of what you want to do. Especially when we are at the seat of creation, such as this one. So, a little bit deep, with what we're going for here. There we go. Just trying to choose the right light. Things are getting a little bit dim in this room. So I hope that makes sense. And I hope those help with your reading. That deck is exciting, yeah. I haven't used this deck often for these past few months, and it's just ready to go, ready to be used. The cream map deck is really poignant during fall, autumn times, a little bit in the dark side of winter, the darker emotions of humanity, that sort of thing. And since that time period has kind of shifted and passed, decks like these are going to start saying, hey, I want to be used. I want to, say some messages. So I'm not entirely surprised. I kind of do feel bad that I haven't used this deck for a while. But I'm glad that it's just wanting to speak up and do things. All right. Next personal request. Want to know more about the Devil card, why it keeps coming up, and a deeper explanation. Alrighty. Let's do that. Diving in. Yep. This channel has a tendency to go a little bit deep with the cards. If you want to really take a gander with all the past readings I have done, there has been some really deep insights that I love to explore with, most of the major arcanas, especially this past reading. It's a little bit deeper. Not deeper in the sense of moodiness, but in the sense of philosophical ruminations. Okay. So we have the Hangman that's in reverse. We have the King of Swords upright and the Knight of Wands upright. Okay. So let's explore this. So typically the Hangman in reverse refers to us not willing to surrender, not willing to let things flow. We want to stay on this plateau instead of advancing or like wanting to skate on the ice without like diving deep into the waters. So it's more of spiritual or life lesson stagnation, if you will. So I'm going to read this from word to word from this book. The Hangman reversed describes a time to be still. Avoid comparisons with people around you and reduce the temptation to struggle against the tide. If friends or colleagues are enjoying personal summers, don't be resentful. Know that your time for fun will come. Although it may not feel like it, current circumstances will pass. It's time to return to the previous upright card, Justice, to understand what decisions or actions may have led to present circumstances. It's also an opportunity to be still and to consider how to approach life differently for better results. It's time to surrender to life, allowing it to reveal your next step in its own time. So that's a little bit poignant. I think it comes from the focus of being mundane. Like looking at the physical world, the tactile world, and not really diving into the philosophical parts of ourselves. Like that type of philosophical, spiritual part of ourselves is a little bit stagnant. And when I say spiritual, I'm not talking about like traditional religion. I'm talking about our point of view in life, where we have become disengaged, where we have become resentful, etc. Where we're not accepting parts of ourselves, that sort of thing. So when we are thinking about what we don't have compared to what we do have, not understanding that things are temporary, this storm will pass kind of situation, that's kind of when the trouble starts, that kind of line of thinking, that kind of comparison back and forth with the haves and have-nots. Or like, geez, this person is having a wonderful life and mine sucks. Maybe it's the opposite of what's going on, because it's possible they may be looking at you and go, wow, you're doing well. I'm trying to fake it to make it, you're living it. Like, why are you crapping on my life? That sort of thing. So you don't understand where some people are coming from, because they may not have the luxury or the ability to convey what's going on in the background. That sort of thing. So even though you're in a situation that is not beneficial, or it's not grand, or not great, doesn't mean that you're alone in this situation, and also doesn't mean that it is forever. Anything that is corporeal in this world is transitory. We have seasons. We have day and night cycles. Everyone gets old. Everything gets born. Life continues to flow. So how to integrate yourself back into this flow of life is probably looking into the justice card. Not in the sense of legal measures, but in the sense of clarity. Okay, so speaking of clarity, we have the King of Swords. King of Swords is one form of justice because it talks about truth and facts. And that's all he is about. So a more objective point of view would be recommended when you start falling into this reverse hangman kind of situation. Okay, so indicate success through clear planning, enlist friends or colleagues towards goals, network, negotiate, support through your network. So while you're going through therapy, you may discover a network, or they may recommend a network that you could be involved in, or like enlist of friends or colleagues that are going to help you go through this sort of journey that you're experiencing. Also, like communicating your feelings, where you're coming from, and also listening to other people's perspectives. So that way you have a very objective point of view that's given back that happens. I think it's a matter of, one, speaking up, about your point of view, but also like listening where other people are coming from. So that's one way of diving into truth and fact, is also through communication. Because swords are the mental state of the person, but also like how we interact with this world, it's through words, with communication. So that's how they're suggesting, that's how you could come about it in dealing with this kind of situation. Knight of Wands is very positive, talks about passions, insight, something that we're willing to fight for, strive towards. something that makes our heart race. So this is like a light at the end of the tunnel kind of situation. Let me dive into this here. Okay, so usually the Knight of Clubs is the type of person that sees, any sort of limitation as a challenge to overcome. Overcome any sort of naysayers, Debbie Doubters, anyone who tells you no, you can't do it. The Knight of Wands is try me. This is more of the positive side of the Knight of Wands, not the impulsive, rash, rude kind of Knight of Wands. This is the person who has the self-confidence to go after personal goals. So hopefully through this communication, finding the truth, and coming to a more objective, clear point of view, it's going to help you find the self-confidence to go after personal goals that you wish to pursue, goals that's not going to limit you, that's going to challenge you, and it's going to give you passions that you're willing to go forward with. Just because you have these conditions, that just kind of describes, the struggles and the different ways you approach things. Doesn't mean that you should limit yourself or doubt your abilities. It just means that you had to take a different approach to how you should go about things that works with you, that makes sense for you, so that way you can still go after life with passion. If that makes sense. So I don't think these cards are talking about all the different aspects of the devil cards. I think this is kind of like where the root of the issue is, and it's just giving some advice to the situation. Oh, you're welcome. You're very, very much welcome. I think therapy is a really good choice for you. I think it will help you open up and talk about a lot of things. And they're going to present a different perspective of a situation that's going to hopefully give you some clarity. Oh, awesome. I'm so glad to help. Ads are going to kick in pretty soon. I'm going to take some time to just shuffle, because I like shuffling cards. I'm also going to gear up to do some more group readings. Let's see, it's going to be fire signs next. Okay, welcome back everyone from the ads. I am gearing up to do the fire signs group reading for the new moon that's going to hit tomorrow. So no different with the water signs. We're going to analyze what they suggest to kind of dive into the next month and what to expect from there. Okay. Let me double check this here. Because I think it's about... Yeah. Okay. So the general mood, fire signs, is pursuing one's wishes. Things that will give you joy, that your ultimate hopes and dreams, everything that you want, that you want to achieve in life. So it's this kind of brazen optimism that you're going to take from this new moon energy of implementing all the things that you want to do from tomorrow on. So just setting your goals, forging forward with trying to obtain what you desire, what gives you personal fulfillment, fire signs. So there is something we do need to let go, which is the Seven of Swords. So it's kind of two-way. If we want to work towards our achievements, we should take the high road, not the low road. We should try to do things with honor and integrity. So it's asking us to leave behind any sort of underhanded, or at least the temptations of anything that is underhanded or ethically gray, if you will, or ethically not smart, not good. Trying my best not to be so black and white, because the cards have been very adamant about breaking away from black and white attitudes. But it's just letting us know you can let this part go as you dive into this next month, as you're pursuing your dreams and goals. It's coming down to ethics, and it's letting you know with this Five of Pentacles here that you're not really alone in this pursuit of your dreams and your goals. And because you're not alone, you don't have to resort to something like this. There are people who are willing to give out and be charitable, giving their time and money and resources to support you in your endeavors, support you with what you want to achieve, with your goals, no matter if it's creative or it's a little bit pie in the sky type of thing. They're willing to go out of their way to help you go for it. So because they're willing to do that for you, especially something that's going to come up pretty soon for you, you don't have to resort to doing something like this. I think the example I could give, though this is not something I expect all of you to do, fire signs, is the idea oh wow, I lost my job, I'm in a financial pinch, I feel like I'm alone, so I'm going to have to rob a bank. Instead of going to the charity organizations or resources that support people who are in need. I know there's a lot of issues that are going on in this nation. A lot of things are a little bit up and down in what type of resources people are willing to allocate towards you, but I'm sure it's there. I'm sure there are neighbors and family members and friends who are willing to support you through such a tough strait where you don't have to do something like robbing a bank. Using that whole analogy, if you will. So, no matter how desperate or how it seems like it's a pie in the sky kind of situation, you don't have to do something that is considered underhanded in order to get what you want. I mean, you have the ability to put the seeds in the ground, and you do have people who are willing to help you out, make it blossom and flourish. In fact, this is the placement where it says this is what to expect to come up later on this month. So possibly someone or an institution or a situation will be willing to give you a little bit of a helping hand, so long you actually do go out of your way to meet it and seek it out. So it's not the end. Okay, it's not the end of everything. You don't have to go there. You don't have to go to such extremes. So just a little heads up for you, fire signs, as you dive into Pisces season. And also, just like a little undernote, you can let go anyone who's going out of their way to cheat you out of something that you've been working hard towards. You can let those people go. You can still pursue your dreams despite what they're doing, because you got people in your corner. So there's that too. You could definitely leave those type of people behind. If they're not being ethical, and they think they got the upper hand by doing something that is nefarious, like cheating you out of something that is good or right, there will be other opportunities for you, so long you pursue that dream. Okay. So we did fire, we did water, earth signs. Oh, I forgot to mention, if you didn't know what a fire sign is, it's for Aries, Leos, and Sagittarians. Now we're getting to earth signs. Those are for Virgos, Taurus, and Capricorn people. I did this for water signs. I didn't do that with you. Let's go ahead and see if there's an oracle card for all of you fire signs before I dive into Capricorns. Okay. So once again, we have the crown chakra. Let me go ahead and read it just in case you missed it. The crown chakra is your link to the multidimensionality of your being. The seat of your soul, it gracefully connects you to the heavens. The infinity symbol of limitlessness appears within the unfolding petals and points to your most potent potential. Here you can delight in the divine strands of light that dance with us when we're aligned with Spirit. When we are aligned with Spirit, purpose, and truth. Be present and flow without rigid outcomes. Find more spaces in your life. Find your own way to meditate. Explore the state of flow and be receptive to the intuitive messages you may receive. So this is a different flavor than the one that came up. I suggest that pay attention to the part where it says don't be rigid, dealing with limits, be limitless. Also aligned with purpose and truth and the Spirit. Dealing with integrity here. So in other words, think outside of the box and tap into that part of yourself to find those solutions. Also, love and compassion. Bring more love to a situation, whether it is toward yourself or someone connected to the question. There may be a need for forgiveness or for seeing things from a fresh, more expansive perspective. Remember, you are loved and have unlimited access to the gentle yet transformational force of loving compassion as and when you need it. To bring yourself back into your heart, think about those you love and moments with them where you have felt joy. Expand this feeling out to more and more people, creatures, and places till the whole planet is infused with this beautiful, warm, and loving feeling. Okay. I think this is more about bring more love to yourself, needing to see things from a fresh, different perspective. I think it's letting us know that even though we feel a little bit desperate, that we feel like our dreams are out of reach, they're not really out of reach. You have to pivot. And even though you may feel that you're trapped, or you feel cheated out of something and this is over or this is it, take the time to counter those very defeatist mentalities that are circling in your head and say, what other ways could I make this happen? What other ways to skin the cat that does line up with integrity? Who can I go to that could support me on this? Maybe I could poke their brains to see how to go about certain things. And more than anything, maybe they will have a suggestion that helps create new opportunities for you. Or maybe they will look for opportunities to help you out that will continue on what you wish to pursue. You never know. So don't feel like you're trapped and don't limit yourself just because a major setback has happened or is going to happen. So think outside the box, pivot. You can still pursue what you wish to pursue so long you are receptive to it. Big, deep breaths. Fire signs. Not everything's over. Okay, back to earth signs. Okay. Yeah, it was supposed to be on top of there. Okay. We got Seven of Swords again. But this time, Nine of Cups and Strength. So it's something very similar to the fire signs, just mentioned in a slightly different way. This may require some tact this coming Pisces season. If I'm going off with the previous reading I have done, this is going to require a little bit of tact. Not necessarily underhanded dealings, okay? This is not what I'm suggesting here. But it requires a little bit of hoodwinking, a little bit of nudging, a little bit of negotiation, swimming through the tides kind of situation. Trying to use that kind of energy into your workings and dealings as you pursue through the rest of this Pisces season. Because if I remember right from the past reading, it talked about like listening to your gut. You know, your gut is not wrong while you are trying to take care of your own bottom line and try to find some sort of security or stability for yourself. So this is like letting you know you may have to assess the current situation and kind of like understand that not everyone is your friend here. You know, I think that's the big takeaway of why it's like asking you to use tact and wit. Okay? Just letting you know that not everyone is your friend. And you don't have to be friends with them. You could be civil as you pursue what you want to pursue or navigate through these troubled waters. You know, it's that kind of energy that you could take with you. Interesting enough. Sorry, excuse me. It's asking to let go the Nine of Cups. Nine of Cups is about achievement. It's about what we consider personal satisfaction after all the achievements we have acquired. It's not really about being smug. There's a issue in the tarot community where they look at the person in the Nine of Cups card, the traditional right, and see that kind of like the satisfaction from personal achievement as being smug or being a higher than thou, that kind of situation. I think they're kind of reading into it where because they haven't achieved their own personal success, it's kind of like this viewpoint of anyone else who has achieved success as like, I'm a little bit jealous. So I feel that's what's happening from some tarot readers. But this is not about smugness with the Nine of Cups. This is about satisfaction in as you look past of all of your past achievements, all the things you have done, this kind of like accolades you had accumulated, this sense of accomplishment, and like being satisfied for all the things you have done. So why it's asking us to like let that go here is just kind of warning us the sense of pride that comes along, especially with this kind of turbulent administration. Not just administration, but also like businesses. They're not going to look at past achievements or accolades, or like how long you have been working for that company, or what you have been doing, or like any sort of benefits you had done for that university. They're not going to look at that. They're going to look at other factors that really has nothing to do with what you have done, which stinks. Okay, it really stinks. But you can't have that cloud you as you are navigating through these waters, earth signs. And I know that's really tough, especially for Capricorns, because you really work hard for those achievements. Okay? And you want people to really know how amazing and awesome you are because you are a hard worker. And it just shows how hard of a worker you really are when you like have those accolades. They're not gonna care. And that is not exactly a card you could play anymore in this poker game. You know, this is not your ace in the hole. So you're going to have to put that in the deck and choose a different card to play in this game. And it is a game that you are participating in. So, any sort of heads up, anything that you could expect as you pursue the rest of Pisces season is extreme emotions. Not just, oh wait, this is strength. I was thinking of the Chariot in reverse. This is strength. Let me check here. I have my little crypt notes for this. Oh, okay. Do expect, because you're not using this as your crutch or as your card to play in this poker game, you're going to experience intense moments of insecurity with yourself. And that's because you use these things to kind of make yourself feel better, you know, because as you should. You worked really hard for those things. It's just letting you know that you may experience some insecurity, self-doubt as you go through this, because it's a new way of doing things. It's a new way of doing things and navigating through these circumstances, especially with people who are not going to regard you the same way as you would regard yourself or want it to be regarded as. So play your cards right. Do what you can to keep your head above the water. But also acknowledge that it's understandable why you're feeling insecure and have a lot of self-doubt. Because you're doing something that is totally different. That is unconventional. Which I know that's very scary for a lot of earth signs to hear. But just because you're filled with anxiety, not anxiety, but like insecurity and a lot of self-doubt, that doesn't mean you can't navigate through these circumstances. You totally can. You just gotta play your cards right. Let me look into the strength card here to see like any other advice to like help you out. The Sacred Rose Tarot deck has a different order for the major arcana than what it traditionally is set for the original deck. And eventually I'm going to work on that. Oh, okay. So I was thinking of the Chariot. I was not wrong in thinking about it. So to help you out, tackle your inner opposing forces, your inner demons, in order to have a clear perspective. So kind of try to combat those to the best of your abilities if you want to try your best to overcome this self-doubt and insecurity that's going to happen. I recommend other ways to pat yourself on the back of all the achievements you have done without requiring public validation. What ways you can do to make yourself feel valid that doesn't require someone else to tell you you're valid. There's got to be something you could do for yourself to reward yourself for all the hard work you've done. So I think that will help you quell those insecurity demons. So that way you can navigate through these circumstances with your head held high. And a lot of good luck with you as you do so. Ads are going to kick in pretty soon, in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get you an oracle card, Earth Signs. See what advice it will give. And as always, I won't interpret during ads. I'll just wait. And we have this lovely solar plexus card. I'm going to change my camera while the ads are happening to something less green. It looks very green compared to what I'm seeing here. So let me go ahead and make some adjustments. Oh, that's more purple and that's more green. Let's hit the default here. There we go. Maybe it's just the saturation. Here we go. Okay. So that will help out, is the saturation. Let me see if I can change how everything looks in the background. Maybe that lotion bottle is the best way to go. There we go. So just a little bit. Yep. 05. Yep. 05. 5. There we go. Oh. And when am I? There we go. Okay. Let me see if I can make things just about right, or actually I don't think it's gamma. Okay, let me see if it's contrast. Welcome back everyone for the ads. I'm just trying to set the camera where it's not so green. And I think I just have to up the saturation a little bit than what I expect. And that's a little bit more, yeah, purple. That may be a little bit too blue. Okay. I think a little bit of purple helps negate some of that yellow-green situation. So let me see if that works. Welcome back, everyone, from the ads. So a little helper for earth signs here, solar plexus chakra, radiant illumination. The solar plexus chakra is the radiant center of your being. It holds the vibrant spark that brings your passions to life. Enter the space to step away from playing small, unworthiness, the idea that you're taking up space, and insecurity-based competitiveness. Ooh. Okay, it's really nailing the head on the coffin here. Allow yourself to be attuned to the abundant life force that resides at your center, and be energized, motivated, and fueled with inspiration. Bring forth more of what you wish to birth in the world. As you discover a deep and real sense of self-empowerment, you can confidently lift others in celebration, harmonizing differences, and shifting hierarchical paradigms into collective co-creation. Okay, so this is about conquering demons, of dealing with those insecurities that will pop up as you're navigating through these waters, and trying to understand that people are not going to take your accolades or achievements into account because they're not going based on those indicators. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't diminish yourself just because of those people. Okay, let's be very clear about that. Attuning to the abundant life force within your center. This is talking about the solar plexus, which is the chakra that deals with motivation, the fuel to the fire, what drives our passions, that allows us to pursue our goals. So it's asking you to use that as a means to conquering those insecurities. And also co-creation, collaboration, as you confidently lift others in celebration. With the caveat I had mentioned earlier about, like, not everyone's going to see you as a friend. You're going to have to navigate very carefully as you go through the rest of Pisces season. So, wishing you all the best and good luck, Earth signs. Last but not least, air signs. Let's see what they suggest or recommend dealing with the rest of Pisces season. Yay! Ooh, and I noticed that there's a lot more gamma and brightness in this camera compared to the other camera. So the next ad break, I think I will fool around with that as well. I don't mind this kind of lightness with the other camera. Actually, I may change it. I may like reduce the brightness and the gamma for this desk camera, because I don't think it's really quite aligning with what I see here. There's not a lot of depth that's going on. Air signs are Geminis, Libras, and how could I forget? Aquarius. Aquarius, Gemini, Libra. You're up next. Okay. Alrighty. We have Five of Wands in reverse, Ace of Pentacles in reverse, Seven of Cups in reverse. So a lot of reversals here. So a lot of going back to the previous cards in order to figure out the situations. That type of vibe. So disappointments. Hi Bree, welcome in. A lot of disappointments with the situation at hand. It's kind of like letting you sit with those, which is not a fun kind of situation. I think more than anything is dealing with, how should I put it? It's like circumstances out of our control. You know? It's circumstances out of our control that we feel that we can't do anything about. I think that's more of what the disappointments are with the Five of Wands. It's not really defeat as in the Seven of Wands in reverse. I think this is like dealing with the disappointments that comes from the conflicts that we're seeing. Let me also take some time to look into this with the book here. Because I'm also in this too. My sun is in Gemini and I have a moon and ascendant in Sagittarius. So sometimes I get both sticks whacked at me. Oh, I see. Okay. It's about focus. Dealing with focus even though our energies are scattered. So that is kind of the energy we're dealing with as we go into like Pisces season. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely revealing that you're kind of like opening up to like different changes and circumstances and opportunities that are coming up from the sense of this scattered energy kind of thing. You're willing to let yourself be distracted, if you will, because they look palatable. Eddie Gabur. Yeah, so it's not really like defeat as I thought it would be. Then again, I'm a workaholic, so anything that distracts me from my work is probably defeat, but that's a me thing. I'm a workaholic, I can't help it. So, take the time to consolidate your plans by or consolidate your focus by creating plans, which is kind of hard to do. Um, Especially plans that are going to help you create some measure of stability in like one's household kind of thing that allows you to contemplate and reflect upon, especially after dealing with some sort of conflict. If there was a conflict that had occurred, I don't think it's necessarily where our focus goes out the door because of conflict. It can be, especially in this internet, we see other people dealing with conflict. And since we're not the mediator, especially Libras, because we're not the mediator of that conflict, we kind of feel like, oh, I'm not there to help solve this situation. That can easily be solvable if I was there to mediate, you know, to resolve this conflict. Do take the time to try to collect yourself um, and bring yourself back into focus. That's probably going to be one of the major challenges diving into Pisces season is trying to reining in focus and trying to deal with scattered thoughts. What to let go is this Ace of Pentacles in reversal. So let me make sure. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's mentioning about financial crunch, if you will, through like spending a little bit more than you expect to. So it's just a little bit of a heads up that this time period you will be spending more than you have been. And if you can, even though your like focus is like scattered across all the board, and your attention has been like delegated to all these different pans in the fire, I think like spending habits and trying to be mindful of one's spending habits because there will be things that will come up that will create an expense. I think that's like the warning that's coming up here. Like any sort of annual payments that are automatic payments, you know, they may hit during this time period. I know that they're going to hit mine pretty soon. You know, stuff that you thought, oh, I had that as an annual payment. So long I have some reserve money in the bank, I'll be fine. Make sure you do. Make sure that you do. Make sure that you are, you know, dotting your I's, crossing your T's, at least financially, because there's a increase in spending. Usually happens during like holiday season where like a lot of people have a tendency to go a little bit too big and like purchasing things, you know, that type of thing. So a little bit of free spending that's going on in this time period is just letting you know not necessarily throw your finances out the window, okay? This is not what it's saying here. But it's acknowledging that you kind of let your finances go a little bit because you're going to be spending a little bit more. So it's just kind of keep an eye on things, making sure that you're not listening to that little inner demon of like, ooh, I gotta get this thing, you know. Go ahead and just, you know, be a little bit conservative with your finances. Don't like go out and buy the shiny thing, because there may be some unexpected expenses that may accrue and pop up. So that sort of thing. We also have the Seven of Cups upside down. And let me check with that. Okay, so this is a little bit deeper. This would explain why we may be a little bit scattered and may be inclined to spend more. It's because of what's going on with the Seven of Cups upside down. Seven of Cups upside down. Okay, well, when it's upside up, this is not a really great picture for it, but it's usually about like examining one's choices in life, different aspect of our lives, doing a bit of a life auditing kind of situation. When it's reversed, we're not willing to do that kind of audit, where we're not willing to accept the changes that had occurred in our life that requires an updated examination because of the changes in the circumstances, the changing circumstances that are happening right now. We are not willing to like adapt, which is kind of funny because, you know, that's the point of like air signs, is like listening for new information and adapting to it, right? Especially for like Aquarius signs, you know, they're all about like the new thing and like going with it. Or I should say Gemini. Gemini is at the mutable end. Hold on, let me think here. Yes, the mutable end of the air signs. So it's about like changing and going with those changes. For some reason, there's an unwillingness for this upcoming time period of not willing to adapt and reassess those changes that had occurred. So that could be why the spending habits had increased a little bit, or at least had continued to stay the same, and not really adapt and change to the increased expenses that occur. Even though you're still getting breads and eggs and milk, the prices of bread, eggs, and milk have increased. So it's not really like wanting to adjust for those changing circumstances. The best way to kind of like flip this up is to sorry, I just want to make sure I get this right. Okay. Is take the time to reflect. There's a tendency to go, because you don't want to sit down and think, you know, I don't want to sit down and contemplate about like where I'm going in life. I just want to live the life. That kind of mentality, which also kind of lends to why we have this kind of scattered focus here. You know, with the Five of Wands being upside down. Create some sort of stable environment where you can sit and think. And that's going to be the main trick to go about things. So I recommend slowing down, at least create something in your life where you can slow down and take a breath, air signs, where you can look at your financial situation and make some adjustments for the changed economic situation that's happening. And that does require a little bit of focusing, but that is one thing that you can do. So I hope that makes sense, air signs. It's not something that I know we all want to hear, because the last thing we want to hear, air signs, is how's our bank account? That's more the earth sign kind of thing, right? We just want to live life and have fun. And I completely understand that, because we want to... Okay, that fell out. It was the Three of Wands and the Star. We have a tendency to like keep going, keep on the go, and not wanting to stop because we're trying to have fun. But eventually gets to a point where we have to examine, are we actually having fun, or are we running away from something that we really need to look at? So take some time to create that moment in your life where you can examine things. I'm definitely going to take that advice. I have been on this go, go, go mentality that I haven't checked everything on my financial situation, making sure everything's all like hunky-dory. So that's what I'm definitely going to do. But it's definitely going to come up later on this month, where that's going to be required of you to do. Otherwise, you're going to have some really unexpected purchases that's going to occur, or maybe a circumstance requires you to pay more than you expect, and it may be a little bit tighter than you expect it to be. Let's see what advice they have for this. So for once, the Pentacles are actually talking about finances. Been a while. Okay, so we have luminescence. When we journey through life from our hearts, it illuminates the darkness. Illusion drops away and we see what is real. Consider the parts of yourself you may not be expecting. You may be experiencing inner dissonance due to what you're trying to push away. You may be experiencing inner dissonance due to what you're trying to push away. This card is about self-love, deep, compassionate, unconditional love that brings you into wholeness. Luminescence means essence of light. Nothing shines like a heart emanating with love. You can shine through the shadows most gracefully when there is no fear within. Accept all of your shades to allow more light and love inside and out of your world. Okay, so a slightly different approach from what the cards are saying. What are we pushing away that we're hiding that forces us to be on this go, go, go kind of mentality? We can't stop because then we have to think about all the things. So what is the thing or things that you're running from that you're trying to push away? That's kind of like the thing that they're talking about here. And I think it's about like adjusting to the new circumstances of one's life and coming to terms with it. And it's best to unpack those things with self-love, with compassion, instead of beating yourself up because things have changed now and you haven't changed with it. I think it's okay to like give yourself a moment of grace as you adjust to these circumstances. Okay, so ads are going to kick in pretty soon. I'm never going to have a good lighting situation. Let me go ahead and take some time while the ads are happening to take care of these filters, you know, because it's just a little bit, I don't know. Ooh, that may be too dark. Oh, but it's picking up some of the colors better. That's so much better. Okay, we're keeping that. Can you see this better? Yes. I think you can. Okay. Awesome. I think we hit the right mark. Yeah, the toy looks better too. Just everything looks so yellow. I think it's this background. I think it's this background here. It's just so beige. And with the lighting that's going on, it's just too warm. It's like a warm color. And it's not like this light here. In fact, I may have to do this. But I kind of blend with the background. And it's just... yeah. Let me say if turning off the lights here make it better. Oh God. Oh no. Okay. There we go. Oh, nope, never mind. What the heck? What in the heck? Let me see if I just default everything. Okay, so if I go back to default, I look a little bit better. With the background dark. But now this is like Mm. Welcome back, everyone, for the ads. I am trying to adjust things from here. Now that looks a little bit better, but it looks like it's a little bit gray. It's a little bit hazy. Yeah, very hazy. There's like no right way to deal with the dark. Fun. Fun. Outstanding. You would think I would know how to deal with the lighting that I have. Let me up the gamma. I think that's what I'll do. I'll up the gamma. And the contrast. And up the saturation a little bit. This is difficult. Everything's still pretty yellow. Hi, Lady Palasathena. Welcome in. I think I'm just going to have to deal with this. Oh, that looks awful. I'm just going to delete it. There we go. And I'm just going to up the gamma. I think that's what I'm going to do. Apologies for all of this that's going on. It's just the shifts of this season and like trying to get a better lighting situation. Let me turn the light back on here in the background. See, that helps improves everything. Yeah, it was gamma. It was gamma. Everything's like a little bit better. So apologies for the delay. Welcome in. I just finished the group readings for today. And if you want a personal reading, you're more than welcome to do so through the channel point system. And I'm going to go ahead and play with the filters here a little bit. But if you have a question and you want a reading, more than welcome to do so. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to make sure everything looks good. There we go. I think I did it. There we are. Looks good in the sense where you can see everything and I don't look so yellow. Well, the background's a little bit yellow. I can't help that. So, welcome in. Okay. A deep past, present, future guidance reading. Okay, awesome. Okay, let me see if it's going to be one of these. Okay, so it's this. It's this for sure. And let me get the book for it. There we go. Ooh, and I probably need to move these cards. Let me do it over here. There we go. Alright. The way I do this, normally I do oracle cards. That way it is in depth compared to the tarot cards. And the way it's going to happen, we do past, present, future, and the guidance and advice. And underneath each one is like further details of why they're saying this. So I will be using the Oracle Delphi for you, especially since you have a Grecian-inspired name. I think that's why it's vibing with you. This is definitely going to dive into the Grecian mythology and those associated with the priestesses of Apollo, that kind of thing. Past, present, future, guidance, in depth, past, details of the present, details of the future, details of the advice given. And just so I can have some space, I'm going to put that right here. So past, we have strategist and healer. So let me go ahead and read the cards, and then we dive into why they're saying what they're saying about our past. So strategist, we have Socrates, contemplating about life. Desire for knowledge evolves the soul. To discover true wisdom, think for yourself. Inquisitiveness is exquisite curiosity at play. Socrates, the ancient Greek philosopher who pondered the meaning of life, implores you to be more thoughtful, curious, and open-minded. Embrace your golden halo of wisdom. As a deep thinker, others seek your leadership and intellectual advice. You have a natural gift of making the incredibly complex feel simple, logical, and easy to understand. As a strategic visionary, your balanced approach integrates creative insight and profound inner knowing with common sense tactics to find solutions that benefit everyone. It is time to see the bigger picture. Stepping up and advocating for a global cause that heals, not hurts, the planet attracts like-minded supporters. Collaboration is key. A joint undertaking brings together a wide range of skills that advance your cause. Get clear on your priorities and what is truly needed to support your collective mission. Open your mind to creative insights and innovative ideas. You are part of an evolutionary shift that unites, benefits, and lifts the cosmic vibration. Wonder is the foundation of wisdom, so trust in your own inner knowing to make up your own mind. Be curious, ask questions, explore a wide range of facts and concepts before you make a decision. Unyielding stubbornness prevents you from seeing the opportunities and solutions available to you. It's okay to change your mind and see things from a different perspective. Approaching situations as the observer, not the judge, expands your understanding and wisdom. Being open-minded creates an environment to learn, grow, and discern with a balanced vantage point. Be compassionate. Everyone is doing the best they can with the cards they have been dealt. Kind, thoughtful, respectful communication creates better outcomes for all. When faced with confrontation, stand in your power with empathy. The ability to suspend judgment and see things from other perspectives will serve you well. So what this tells me right off the bat is that you're looking for information about your past and trying to find answers. Doing a little bit of exploration, deep diving into it, finding reasons why. Especially with the healing card here. So we'll come back to this after I do the healing card reading. Yep, okay. Okay, awesome. Bathe in these luminous waters under the full moon to reconcile grief and heal your wounds. Surrender your tears to the sacred sea of love. Evolutionary shifts and continued commitment to your healing path are leading you in the right direction. Listen to your inner guidance system, learn to love yourself with unlimited self-compassion, and embrace the life you wish to live. Let me mute this real quick because this is not lining up with what I want to hear. Oh. Okay, it sounds like you really need to hear this validation. Transcending your suffering is a personal experience, so listen to the wisdom of your physical temple. Your body's transformational capacity as a natural instinctive process. You may be guided to rest. By restricting movement, physical pain allows the early stages of healing to take place and prevent more damage. If you have been through recent suffering, or if old wounds are resurfacing, remember that sidestepping the reality of the situation only delays the inevitable. Accept what has happened with compassion. Honor your feelings and allow yourself to feel them fully so that they may be transmuted by love. Tears are the diamonds of the soul. Cry a river if necessary. Let go and let the goddess comfort you. Call in your spiritual support team and ask for help. It is time to surrender so that you may find the get up and go to start a new chapter. In order to heal, you must also forgive, which kind of ties into this other card here. Be comforted knowing that through every ending is born a beginning. There are two kinds of pain, one that hurts you and the other that changes you. Giving birth to a baby is an example of a positive pain that results in a beautiful blessing. Trauma is often a catalyst for unfathomable learning and conscious change. Although nobody deserves to suffer, colossal breakdowns are often breakthroughs in disguise. Pain can activate your spiritual awakening and accelerates your soul's evolution. Ascension is a collective mission. Through the magic of osmosis, when you heal yourself, you create a vortex of transformation for the entire universe. Your healing journey may reawaken your own healing gifts, guiding you to learn, practice, and teach energy healing yourself. Holistic healing considers the whole person, body, mind, spirit, and emotions, in the quest for optimal well-being. The marriage of spirit and matter means integrating science and spirituality. In other words, alternative healthcare practices can complement, that's the key word, complement, mainstream conventional medicine for great results. Okay, so what I'm picking up between these two is that there's some sort of introspective diving into the past to heal old wounds, or at least old wounds are resurfacing and require your examination. This may be through some form of therapy or counseling or something of that nature. where a examination of the past, especially past hurts, are currently in process right now. I believe the advice with a strategy is great when it comes to accepting the different perspectives that comes from it. It's best to have an open mind as you examine what had occurred, because we have a tendency to have a very fixed narrative that we have developed since that time period, and through having a open mind and allowing other perspectives to come in, we get to re-examine if that old narrative actually holds up. In any case, such an examination is going to provide some measure of healing for you as you are taking care of these past traumas that had occurred. It's going to be a matter of integrating not only science in the form of measured examination, but also some sort of spiritual healing as well, coming from the heart. So, before we continue on, anything you want to dive into or look into before we examine the present? I have a tendency to move pretty quickly, and I know that may be a lot to take in. Okay, so we have Magic Maker and the Archer, Circe and Diana, or I should say Artemis. So we have these two to look into. So let's go ahead and look into Magic Maker first, the present moment. Harness your mesmerizing powers. Believe in your own inimitable magic. You are pure vibrational magic in motion. Enchanted treasures are right around the corner. You dare to dream and craft magic in full faith. You are your own best asset, so bring alive your exceptional gifts and strengths with wild, unrestrained self-assurance and belief. Your alluring quintessence creates miracles. Your magnetism is unleashed by your passion. This is how you attract electrifying opportunities to create your soul's desires. Becoming abundant in your energetic frequencies happens long before attaining prosperity in your bank account. Change your quantum field with a strong belief in yourself and unfathomable desire. Awaken all your senses to summon your wishes into the sacred now. Make your vision bigger than your doubt or fear. Focus on what you love. Invest in yourself, fully show up, and jump all in and manifest magic. Goddess Circe is the most powerful and strikingly exquisite witch of Greek mythology. As a lover of natural magic, she can captivate the power of nature, brew herbal potions, and transform energies with her magical touch. You share Circe's supernatural strengths and healing abilities. Consequently, she guides you to craft your own special magic. It is time to heal your inherited witch's wounds. It's perfectly safe to reveal your magical powers in this lifetime. You are a sparkly light in the world with extraordinary gifts. Trust in your innate magic and connection to the source. Back yourself. Gracefully release magic and connection to... gracefully release any uncertainty and leap in the direction of your destiny. Worrying about how it will all play out only delays the manifestation process. move past overthinking and procrastination. You can overcome any obstacle. One step at a time, you got this. Stay in your own lane, focus on your own mystical pathway, and do not get distracted with poisonous gossip, comparison, and competition. Do not be tempted to seek outside approval. It is not necessary to tell anyone what you're doing until it's done. External influences may dilute your intention and throw you off track. Okay, so something clicked. Good. Trust is the foundation of all phenomenal and close-knit covens and communities. Shield yourself from negative naysayers and surround yourself with genuine and supportive networks instead. Keep your inner circle small, yet robust and sincere. Come together and celebrate your wins. Okay, so this is about transforming your circumstances, which I think aligns with the Archer that we're about to read here, especially like dealing with this narrative that you're limiting yourself, that you can't do X or you can't change the circumstances to benefit you. It's time to really tap into your own potential and make things happen. Make magic. So let's go ahead and dive into the Archer, which delves into this a little bit further. Focus. Belief drives action. Gossipers and competitions. It is saying, asking mentor, just do my own thing and don't get distracted. Or competent with others, even though the gossip compete with me. I think it's telling you to focus, lock in. Don't worry with what they say. You know, they're a distraction. They're going to put you down because you're dealing with a lot of self-doubt from whatever it is in the past that keeps rearing its head. And they're using that past against you, or at least you are doing that to yourself because somehow, some reason, it's being revisited. And that kind of thing, for some reason, whether it's wielded by them or wielded by you because of what they have been saying, is throwing you off course. Okay, it does trigger the past. I thought so. So you're going to have to, while you're healing, while you're working through this trigger and re-examining it, and knit yourself back up, cut them out. In the sense of let them do their own thing. You don't need to tell them what's going on with you. You don't need to tell them what you're doing, because they're going to find another way to get under your skin. Okay, these are like the witch hunters. If we are going to use that witch analogy with the Circe card here. So go into your own garden, make your own magic, have your own knit coven, okay, and focus up. Don't doubt yourself. That's how you focus up, is not doubting yourself. So we're going to really dive into this with the Archer card here. Oh, and let me get some music in the background too. Belief drives action. And I'm going to insert self-belief. With unwavering faith and forward motion, aim, shoot, and hit the target. Momentum sustains success. The archer shoots her bullseye through the groundwork, precision, and full awareness. Implement these strengths to hit your target. Get clear on your core values, which is what we're doing, examining the past, and set aims that align with them. Eliminate the good enough goals that are getting in your way. Keep your eye on the pie. Keep your eyes on the prize. Your intention, focus, and vibrational alignment will help you hit your mark. Be tenacious about your dreams and adaptable in your methods. Flexibility creates magic in motion. Know that obstacles are just detours in the right direction. So when something challenges you, declare to the universe, I strategize, twist, and move on. Release what you cannot control, concentrate on what is working, and trust in a higher power. This pivotal shift will convert a breakdown into a breakthrough for you. Abandon unnecessary worry that may be holding you back from reaching your desired outcome. Once you decide to let go of fear, it's off your shoulders and in the hands of the cosmic archer. Excuse me. Then you can focus on creating a clear and positive headspace to attain your dreams. Trust in yourself and the generosity of the universe. Overreacting, forcing, and pushing only restricts your natural flow, which is why they're saying ignore them. Pursue your dreams with joy, then love and abundance simply become side effects. Take grounded action. Anchor yourself in the present moment and the blessed earth. Ask for a clear sign to guide you onward and upward to your destination. The hunt for more meaning in your life will guide you home to your soul. Remember why you came here. What you are looking for has been within you all along. Everything you need is encoded in your celestial blueprint. Your booming inner calling to serve ignites your every move. Bring out your hidden talents, passions, and higher purpose to brighten the planet and humanity with your unique vibrancy and color. Oh, I think you do. You're just afraid to look into it. We'll dive into that later. You have a vast creative capacity and intuitive abilities to make your mark on the world. Focus on higher service and the universe will match your contribution and support your goals. Okay, so it's asking you, while you're pursuing your goals, while you're pursuing your magic, you're going to have to try a different tactic in your pursuit. When we're talking about magic, it's about willpower. Okay, trying to make our dreams come true, trying to manifest what we want in this world for ourselves and for those we love. And sometimes there's obstacles that are in our way, other challenges that comes up, and you're experiencing one of those obstacles right now, which is other people that are creating triggers and try to get into your head. So while you're soothing those triggers, it's asking you to find a different way to circumvent them and go around. Which is not easy to do, completely understandable, which is why it's asking you to pay attention in your own garden in a way. There is a reason why everyone is here, whether it's to learn, to help, or maybe all of the above. Maybe it's to enjoy the world that we have here. And it will come to you in time what you want out of this life. And why are you showing up to the table? And that that comes in time. If you are dealing with school and trying to figure out the way of the world. That's why we have the advocate here. You have this feeling that because they're gossiping, they're going to get away with it. It does come back to them. You don't have to use the sword of justice for justice to be served. Miserable people who gossip create their own misery. So I think you're just going to let them dig themselves a hole. Let them experience the misery that they're causing. Because it will happen. And they're trying to get you to be down on their level. Whatever insecurities that they have, they're doing that on you. Ooh. Yeah, you're going to have to work around them. I think that's why they're saying pivot. Find another way to circumvent them so you don't have to use them. That you don't have to deal with them. Which also comes into play with Cersei, where Cersei transform her enemies to something that is desirable. So you're going to have to find a way to transform them to suit your own means. And that means navigating around this wall. You know, that's what you have to do. Okay, so we're going to talk about the future. And what they're talking about here is you know what, let me go ahead and read this. It'll come up. There will be people who will support you and will accept you. They will come for you in a positive way. Just not those people you're dealing with right now. You don't have to be entirely self-reliant, because it did talk about like having a coven that's really tight. It did talk about that. Okay, teacher for the future. So it's a little bit hard to say, but we have the owl, indicative of Athena, and showing a mirror in this tree. And in this mirror is a woman holding up a cup in the ocean. So, let's dive into this. Okay. Teacher. True leadership is heart-centered action and accomplishment, not status. Humility, clarity, and courage are essential elements to lead with real heart. Your hidden talents are rising to the surface to reveal your spiritual vocation. You are embarking on a quest to discover your innate assets and higher purpose in this lifetime. A calling to do meaningful work and be of service to humanity fuels your global mission. You are a vessel for the divine that unites others with their truth. Follow the path of your soul and dare to journey beyond the veil. Walking the bridge between the seen and the unseen realms gives you boundless insight and experience to lead others. You may be called to teach others and share your knowledge of divination, sacred rituals with like-hearted souls. Mainstream training, mentoring, or coaching is also a strong possibility for you. Investing in your own learning will support you on this journey. Your effort will pay off in the form of gratifying new directions or career opportunities. Okay, I'm also going to interject here. There are other forms of teaching that is not dealing with the spirit, or at least rituals or like divination or anything of that. It can be as mundane as an actual educator or someone who takes a role of teaching others information that's useful in their lives. Like coaching, mentoring, that sort of thing. As a natural leader, you do not see yourself as superior to anybody else. Unpretentiously, you are a truth seeker and keeper. See past the surface level to pursue a higher perspective and richer meaning to your experience. You are being called to challenge outmoded ideas and harness more pioneering concepts and ways. It is time to ask questions, shake things up, rattle souls, and make your mark on the world. If you're feeling tested lately, which, surprise, surprise, they have been testing you. Even if it appears completely random, know that you're moments away from graduating a significant life lesson. Which is why they're jealous and doing that to you. Earth is like a giant classroom. Welcome the lessons as they are here to serve you. Try not to react to others' behavior. These experiences are your karmic teachers, seeing if you have mastered peace. Soul mastery does not happen overnight. Surprise. Not surprised. If you feel you could have handled things better, know that making mistakes doesn't undo the progress you made, which you can take that information about your past. Whatever mistakes you made, it's progress. You are learning to walk in order for you to run here. Look back to see how far you have come, but don't look back in anger. Look back to heal and acknowledge how much you have learned through the growing pains. You may be guided to enroll in a course that lights you up. Embrace your ever-evolving journey of the scholar, educator, and spirit medium. Step up and shine. Okay, so you have leadership qualities that may be in some sort of teacher role position. It may not be as traditional like a teacher. It could be like being a coach or a mentor, someone who is helping disseminate this information and wisdom and knowledge so that people could improve whatever it is that they need to improve. So that is something that's going to come up for you in the future, or at least that's grooming for you in the future. So it's just a reminder that this is why they're asking you to focus up, because you're on that brink of reaching that milestone. So, how do we get there? How do we get there is the shapeshifter. Kind of a little bit of advice for your future. Slinking, changing, and courageously maneuvering through the dark night of the soul. You arise reborn into a glorious sunrise. A long-awaited ending prompts a drastic reorganization that revolutionizes your life. Obsolete constructs are crumbling to make space for this restructure. This break with the past overhauls your world and sets in motion a torrent of exhilarating possibilities. Be reassured, as an intuitive communicator, you have the natural ability to adapt, fit in, and be accepted in any new surroundings. This litheness and capacity to camouflage and disguise yourself at will shields you from individuals and groups that no longer resonate with you. Your exit happens so gracefully that no one is perturbed by your swift departure. It is now your responsibility to ensure there is not a repeat performance. True awakening requires a renewal of the mind, heart, and soul. Seek the lessons and appreciate the growth, as it's a complete change for the better. Shapeshifter, you have the ability to change, adapt, and transform at will. Nothing ever stays the same. We are all ever evolving. Change is inevitable, yet growth is purely optional. Elect to learn and grow through change and upheaval. Trust yourself to consciously create change. A Black Panther spirit guides you to understand the deeper meaning of your life cycles, supporting you through your different seasons and incarnations. When this regal cat shows up for you, it is time to remove any archaic mask. As a shapeshifter, you might find yourself feeling lost at times. Living honestly and authentically is essential to your overall sense of self. Invoke the spirit of the panther when you need the tenacity to stand alone. As an awakened warrior, reclaim your divine power and feline prowess and approach your journey without trepidation. A raven spirit, on her shoulder, glides into your jungle to signify the magic is at play. Potent shifts are being realized. Your wishes are being granted. The raven will support you to fly into the darkness of your unconscious mind to transmute any turmoil that is currently shadowing your soul light. Deep healing is underway for you. Now, ads are going to kick in pretty soon. We could deep dive this a little bit further. I think there are some really good insights from these two cards. And then we'll go into this. The overall guidance. Oh, I need to stretch more often. I don't like reading during ads. I feel like everyone misses information when I do. Then hopefully you get to hear this before the ads kick in. It may be time for you to seek out a new... Oh, sorry. We're gonna... One moment. In case you're experiencing ads right now. I think I know why they're asking you to do this in the future. Sorry. Let me go ahead and check here real quick, see what's going on. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you're back. So, I think what's going on here with the shapeshifter is that it's asking you to navigate through the circumstance where you can find a job or position, maybe not right now, but in the future, where you can have a place where you are accepted, you're able to collaborate, and you don't feel isolated because of their insecurities, jealousies, whatnot that's going on. Because it is acknowledging your leadership skills, okay, and this great capacity to coach and mentor others, to like help them out, etc. It's just letting you know one of the ways you can pivot down the road is finding a group or a place that's going to be worth working with. Because if these people, as it says, this leanness and capacity to camouflage and disguise yourself at will shields you from individuals and groups that no longer resonate with you. Sounds like these people are not vibing with you. They're not in harmony with who you are, how you're doing things, etc. And they're doing stuff to like go out of the way to hurt you and distract you from this moment of, or this type of avenue that would be beneficial for you and everyone else. This leadership position that like is kind of more of a mentorship position than anything. So something to consider once you take care of this is finding a new place, or at least find opportunities where you can navigate through, where you do end up in a place where you can collaborate, you are accepted, and you don't feel so isolated. And it's also reiterating again, like magic, where it's a matter of personal willpower, manifesting things and making things happen. Going in line with the Circe card here. In fact, it's kind of like aligning with both cards, dealing with pivoting, moving around, changing things up, circumventing the situation in order to get to where you meant to be. That really leans on your like strong skill set. So, overall advice is the Advocate. So we're going to really talk about like karma. So if karma is not really your philosophical point of view, it's a reassurance that you don't have to do what you need to do to like administer justice, I know like it's getting under your skin, like all this back talking they have been saying behind your back, all this slander that's happening. It will come up. Okay. That toxic work environment of what they're creating, it will bite them in the ass. It's not bad or good karma, it's about justice. How you treat others, especially if it's an injustice, is noted. And eventually the bill comes due. Whether it's in this life or the next. That kind of karma. It could come very swiftly, or it could accumulate where the soul is judged and then it's taken into the next life. You don't necessarily have bad karma, you're just dealing with bad people. Because they're jealous. They're jealous. And you're just letting yourself, surrounding yourself with these people. Which you don't need to deal with these people. Which may come into play in exploring your past life while you're allowing yourself to hang with those people who or at least allowing them to treat you so badly. So it's a mixture of them being insecure and jealous, and also like how you deal with your boundaries and like accepting your own value as a person of integrity. You know, that's also coming into play. And I think that comes clear as you like explore this a little bit and heal this wound that has come up. So let's dive into this card, and then I'm going to read and finish with the Priestess card. Every deed sows a seed. Ask yourself, are you planting roses or weeds? Pure intentions are kernels of integrity and fair-mindedness. Oh, you're welcome. I know that people have a tendency to twist karma because it's a very Eastern philosophy and it's not exactly well integrated in our Western concepts. But I'm happy to like clarify some things for other people. Divine justice is being served, and a fair-minded resolution is being settled upon. Your unwavering faith in a positive outcome is beginning to pay off. Themis, the astute goddess of justice, holds space for you from her balanced and neutral standpoint. As an unbiased advocate, she encourages you to make wise choices. Step back from the current conflict to see the bigger picture. Keep a level head and listen to the wisdom of your heart before you make your next move and final decision. Your heart knows the right thing to do. Karma is a neutral principle, as consequences apply to everyone equally. Accordingly, there is a cause or a source for every effect and action. Intent underpins the spiritual law of karma. Every ripple causes a wave. As the personification of divine justice, balance, and natural order, Themis counsels you to be more aware of your intentions and actions. Themis guides you to weigh things up from a ego-less perspective. Is winning or being right more important than reaching a peaceful resolution? There is a time to be steadfast about your objectives, but right now it may be more opportune to be flexible. So there's that again. And take the higher road. Easier said than done, but that's what they're asking you to do. Negotiation requires a compromise. Finding the middle ground establishes a win-win situation that reinstates the natural equilibrium. If you have inquired about relationships, this may hold another meaning for you, as the proverbs say, love is blind. So it talks about the honeymoon phase. It goes into the whole love relationships and aspects. There's a different type of love which deals with friends or colleagues, brothership, if you will. Yeah, I know it's really hard. But I think you can do it. It's understandable that with the honeymoon phase, you see these people as like, wow, they're great, I want to work with them, they're amazing, they can do no wrong. Eventually, over time, you learn more about them, and the layers are peeled away for the truth that's inside. And it's kind of up to us whether we want to work with this new insight, or if we want to work with them from this new understanding of what they really are, or to find another place or another person that we want to associate ourselves with, which comes to the pivoting, camouflaging, moving things around kind of card. Right, overtime now. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you are having a boundary such as time, personal time, and resources has been, been crossed. Yeah, for sure. So I think what's coming down to is that you're starting to realize this is just not a good fit for you with what's going on here. Right. I think you got it. I think you got it. So, last but not least, Priestess. Kind of a little bit of encouragement for you. Right? Like, it's never the job. I realized that in all of my years of working through all the different jobs I've gone through. It's never the job. Like, the job can be hard, it can be physically demanding or mentally demanding, but it's doable, right? So long you get the right payment for it. But it's the people that make or break the job. And that's usually the circumstance when it comes to like management. If the manager is bad, people have a higher turnover in that job. And that has been statistically proven, even in Forbes magazine. I think you do have the skills. There are skills within you that you can tap into. I think down the road, you will discover your ability to like lead, have a leader type of mentality, or at least a way of being a mentor for others. I think it's there, because otherwise this would never pop up. This whole teacher card. It's just a matter of accepting who you are and like backing yourself in your own corner and pursuing what you really want, in your career, etc. So let me dive into this card real quick, and then we'll see if you have any other questions. Today is a new day and a fresh cycle begins. We are having a new moon tomorrow. As the tides flow and the crescent moon glows, the priestess ignites sparks of creative insight. In euphoric trance, the high priestess of Apollo channels universal wisdom to open you to the divine. On either side of her stand two golden pillars, marking the portal to her mystical temple, the Temple of Apollo. The Red Wisdom Keeper entreats you to follow your sacred leadership path and wholly embrace your intuitive gifts. It's not you. You are being called to step into your priestess pathway with a sense of unwavering devotion, to lead with wholehearted dedication to uplifting universal consciousness. AKA fill in the role that you're meant to fill in. The pilgrimage of the Red Veil is the journey of reclaiming your priestess lineage to restore your divine feminine power. The veil represents life force energy and the seen and unseen mysteries. Unlocking your ancient wisdom and soul memory accelerates your growth. Embarking on this journey of self-discovery requires commitment and devotion. You are asked to reconcile and release wounds and limiting beliefs so that you can embody your authentic essence, activate your divine blueprint, and awaken the world. Your connection to the source is endless and ever unfolding. Being human and spiritual, you have the natural ability to unite heaven and earth. Your own healing journey is a natural consequence embracing your purpose. We are all connected. By helping others, you heal yourself. Your cyclic nature, authentic essence, and higher calling support your priestess mission. There is strength in your gentleness, so embrace your softness, dear heart. Your actions will have the most impact when you lead with compassion, love, and a profound sense of spiritual service. There we go. Read between the lines to see a higher perspective. Remember, the things that broke your heart also open your eyes. Feel your emotions without judgment to transmute past pain into peace. Most of the darkness in your life is because you are blocking your own light by undervaluing your brilliance. Step forward and embrace your crown of spiritual service. Honor your body, tap into the ancient mysteries, and become a clear and poised channel for the spirit. You got this. That is the best summary of the entire spread of this whole thing. You have a lot of homework to do. I think the major homework is tackling your past, especially the triggers, and why it's making you feel like you're not of value. Once you start that domino and conquer it, everything else will fall into place. This is kind of like a step process, if you will. You do have gifts. You have talent. That talent just needs to be discovered and shine. And only you could unearth it and accept it. Because no one else is going to. At least these people who are like awful. Okay, and they're awful. I'm sorry. A really healthy workplace won't have people gossiping behind your back. Why don't something? Okay, so you had someone who's been helping you see this. It's just now up to you. I think you will get there when you take the time to analyze it. Oh, valued. Okay, valued. I think this could be from counseling or some sort of therapy. None of this is going to be overnight. I can definitely guarantee this. This is not going to happen overnight. For sure. I think you got a plan for dealing with your present circumstances, and you kind of have a game plan for the future, but this is for sure your ultimate obstacle that you got to conquer. So that way you can accept yourself, make your own magic. Because it's all about willpower. And it's kind of hard to make that willpower happen when you don't believe in yourself. And all those gossipers, all those ninnies, it'll come and bite them in the ass, okay? It will. Don't worry about them. I know that's easier said than done because they're nuddling under your skin and they know where to hit. Now they found that buzzer. They're going to keep pressing that buzzer because, oh, they love seeing how you react. You know, it will come back and bite them, okay? It is noted. Hopefully you could get out of there before it happens. So, I think you have some amazing skills. I think you have amazing skills that you could show to the world, and I think that it would be awesome to see what you do. I am at the very end of the stream, so I'm so sorry I have to cut this short. But is there any other questions that you have? Because I know it's a lot. It's very in-depth. But I think healing those wounds would be a great place to start. And if you want to have, at the very least, like have an open mind and like examining those triggers, or at least someone who's like a teacher or something like that, that may help for sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, no problem. I do tarots on Wednesdays, and I do gaming on Saturdays. But I think you got this. I think you got it for sure. But if you ever need like any more tarot readings, I'm definitely going to be here this March. I'm going to try my best to like focus on my books, and I really don't know how it's going to work out in March near the end of the month, but I'm going to try to make sure the streams are not affected by me doing like a time crunch and trying to get things done. But I definitely will try my best to be here for tarot readings on Wednesdays, for sure. So, I hope that helps. It looks like it did. I strongly think you should believe in yourself and do try to not listen to these awful people to the best of your abilities. Okay, good. I'm so glad. Well, everyone, that is it for today. Thank you so much for being here, whether you are chilling or lurking. If you're a VOD viewer, thank you so much for like being here. I will put this up on YouTube. Oh, you're doing well. You're doing the best you can, and that's all you can do. I gotta go get some num-nums, and I hope that you get some num-nums and feel your belly. Be sure to be safe and be kind. I'll see you all next time on Saturday. I will continue the Final Fantasy IX game in this petrified forest or evil forest, and see if I could survive it and like get all the loot that I need to get. So I'll see you all later. Take care and believe in yourself. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye.